Oh, this is weird. They can hear me. Possibly. Okay, let's try that. Close. So we can see all the way over to there. Not cheating. Ooh. Introduction. All the tools required. Bag labeling, reference sheets. Inadequate bear consumption. Yes, the best part. Okay. I need a chip clip. Ooh, stickers. Stickers somewhere safe. Okay. Don't need that yet. Don't need that. Do need that box. Don't need rods yet. Oh, let's save those for later. Okay. Right there. Fasteners, printed parts. Zip ties. Do that till later. Tool set. XY frame. Another great part, they send you spares. Don't need that toner. Y-axis assembly. This can go. they changed the design of these feet since I did mine. Do not put these in magnetic dishes. If you get crud in the bearings, it'd be bad. .8 by, those look like 16s. Flat surface. Oh, too small. Okay. Prusa logo, top left. Prusa. Long extrusion next to the frame. Long extrusion. Goes in the inner ones. Prusa, long ones. Got it. Can you flip the camera 180? Maybe. Oh, now you're gonna see my gut. I have insufficient zip tie job. Oop, too far. Yeah, the worst part about moving the camera is there's like a 20-second lag between when I dink with it and when the video updates. Yep, need to tweak it down just a little bit. Let's try that. And my monitor's behind me, so if I don't notice your comment or respond, it's probably because I haven't turned around and looked yet. Is the sound coming through at all? I think I got it working, but I don't have audio on my PC here in the shop. cool. Yeah, I just got a random webcam I found in my drawer and it has audio. So I think it's a Logitech. Yeah, Logitech like C525. And then I totally have a Raspberry Pi twist tied to a wire staple in my ceiling for right now. Because I don't have an HDMI, micro HDMI to HDMI adapter to hook a monitor to it. Okay, so I need to go either go towards me just a tad and to the left. Okay, wait till that updates. Sorry, the OCD is kicking in. Okay, I think that will do it. Come on. Come on. Ah, cool. I got it. Nice. Okay. Back to screwing. I gotta find a source for non-copyright, or I don't know what the correct term is, but background music that I can stream for free. I guess it's non-royalty. Usually I just have the radio on just for background noise. But I'm guessing YouTube would poo-poo on that pretty hardcore. Well, probably not YouTube, but the lawyers of the owners of said works of art. I have to sharpen that. Sharpening time. Allen wrenches pop out of the heads, just cut the end off. Just like sharpening a pencil-ish. Although do make sure you get them straight. Okay. Yeah, button head fasteners are about my least favorite. Well, I take that back. Flat head fasteners are probably my least favorite with a hex head. Typically they're a size smaller than everyone else and also very shallow. Buttons are probably my next least favorite. Cap heads are usually pretty decent. They got enough depth to them that stuff doesn't pop out. Okay. And we've made it to page 5. Shorters, so non-visible and on the outside. Sweet, I haven't screwed up yet. My left hand screw dexterity is just not there. Yep. Can't do it. Now this is 3mm. I wonder if I got a 3mm bit. That I do. Hey, you have one. In theory, that shouldn't move too much. At some point, I lost a little ball bearing that holds the bits in my wrench. I should have another one. Much less frustrating. Or not. Damn it, I did it again. Okay. Page 5 is done. Page 6, make sure the longs are in the front and to the center, shorts are to the back and not to the center. Push down. That's about as good as I'm going to get it. Find these parts. 16 millimeters. Yep, got those. Got those. Recommended torque for the bolts is 4.5 Newton meters. Yeah, I got nothing. It's saying to do longs first, and stick them in there. Don't tighten the screws all the way. I don't think there's an inside or an outside to that. Nice stainless steel hardware. Stainless steel is nice, it doesn't rust, but stainless steel and no anti-seize on stainless steel, really bad. It likes to gull. So sometimes you put it together and you'll never get it apart. Put that on right? Yep, top up. Easy, don't click. Okay. Shorter extensions towards you. Black PSU. Side section. Channel nuts for the extrusion. God, what do we used to call this stuff? It was made by Bosch. Bosch. I want to say 2020 or 4040. Or 2040? I can't remember. We used to build test equipment out of it all the time. Ooh, this. I don't know if that little divot's supposed to be there or not, or if that was a manufacturing boo-boo. It shouldn't hurt anything, it's just kind of funny. They go in the side. Here, in that side. It does not mention the boo-boo, so I'm guessing that is a boo-boo, and I will put it on the inside. Oh no, I'm out of screws, Mr. Bill. inch is almost not long enough. So right now, this guy's actually sitting on these two pieces. The center frame doesn't touch the table anymore. So likely this is the critical bit for getting it flat and square. In fact, yep, that's what the next page talks about. Okay. So I'm going to load that down. Time to pull out the good ones. Honduras. With these guys, typically no sharpening required. When you get to the point that something bad's going to happen with them, usually they just break in two. They're higher quality, let's say, than my... Where did I get these? Harbor Freight, probably. My Harbor Freight special T-handles. But they work for what they're for, especially for the price. So I got a little bit of rock diagonally. Yeah, how can I fix that? Oops. I may have gotten those tight. Okay, let's see if I can get this to... do that one. Do that one. Better, but I still got a bit of rock. I think I'm just going to go with that. It is very close to flat. really nice and stable in this diagonal, but this one still got a rock. So these are pushed all the way against the top. So if I push this one down, that would do it. Or if I lift this one up, oh, that makes it worse. Okay. They did design new feet. So the old ones used to be round, and they like to pop out. I wonder if these will stay in place better. I'm still a little miffed I can't get this flat, but it's about the best it's going to be, I think. Okay. Vibration feet go basically right at the ends. Ooh, those are way easier to install. In and twist, push. That basically takes all the wobble out. Hey, I need printed parts now. Bearings, they're not there. Before I do that, I should be done with this. They're printing on their, this set of parts was printed on the textured beds. They have the telltale finish on them. M3 by 10s. M3s by 10s. Need 8 of those. And 8. And 8 square nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Where's the 8th one? There it is. 8. Push the nuts in. Grab the nut, put it in the slot. And then make sure the center of the nut and the center of the hole line up. I wonder how much tweaking they've done to the parts over time. You know, for a given part, they design it, it works, but then, you know, if it doesn't work, yeah, they obviously have to tweak it, but if it works, do they make slight tweaks to it over time? Like, for example, these nuts, when I put them in, they're kind of stiff, and when you poke them all the way down, you can sort of hear them snap into place. So I wonder if they have the pocket where the nut actually sits is slightly bigger, and this opening is slightly smaller intentionally, or if that's just the way that the way the prints come out naturally. Don't know. There's probably a YouTube video on it somewhere. That one's a bit tight. Tight, like tiger. that's a movie I haven't thought about in a while. I wonder if he'll ever do another Austin Power, or if that's water under the bridge at this point. Okay. Now, Y rod holders. Place them over the long extrusions. Openings for screws must be up. Oh, so it's just a way to make sure you have them on right, I bet. Oh, I see why they have some interesting instructions on how to do these. They say place them like this, then rotate up. And I'm trying to figure out why exactly they worded it that way. And I think it's just probably earlier versions didn't have that lip to retain the nuts, and the nuts would fall out. So, but the good news is, it sounds like I can't screw it up. There's not holes on the other side, so I can't put them on backwards. Now the question, how tight? Oop, I heard a crack. That was obviously too tight. I was going to say, the question is, how tight is tight enough, but not too tight that you break the parts? So, need to recalibrate the hand via the ear method. Do they have torque settings? Tight, but not completely tight. Helps to read the instructions. Equally, but not fully. Go till it touches, then back off a half turn. Okay, other side. Apparently I can't count. Yep, I just can't count. Need the idler. Need the idler block. M3 by 18s, M3 by 10s. Those are 10s. Yep, those are 10s. 2 10s. 1 nylock. 2 regular nuts. These nuts. Bearing housing I got, and an 18. That's an 18. Put the nuts in the bottom. I like the put the nut on a screw method and then shove it all the way in. Interesting. This pocket was a pretty good fit. This one's a bit sloppy, so he may want to pop out. And this does not work as well with nylocks because you really can't thread in from the nylock side of them. But it's in there. Okay, next page. Put the pelly in. I think I can handle that. Or maybe I can't. There it goes. Basically tighten until it rubs and then back off. Oh, there it's rubbing. Perfect. Okay. Roller frame with the longer extrusions towards you. Ta. There's a circle on the part right there that goes up and attach with these guys. Oh, also C1 is readable on the back when it's in the correct orientation. Since it's offset, upside down would be bad. Bad, okay. Okay, screw with 2, tighten the screws. Ooh, I need a motor. Where's my motors? No, the pineapple ones are the best. Okay, extruder. Why? Why? Do I want why? 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 Okay, if you've never built one of these before, or basically any, I guess this applies to any printer, before you mount your motors, play with them a bit. My original one of these I built, which was, no it wasn't, this would have been mine, which I think was the second or third one I put together. One of the motors actually was defective. There was some grit or something in the motor, so you'd spin the shaft, it'd spin free for a while, and then all of a sudden it just sort of lock up, and I didn't think anything of it at the time, finished assembling it, and I just had all sorts of hell trying to get it to print a benchy because it was one of the X, Y, Z axis motors, and the carriage, when it was going up and down, every once in a while one motor would lock up and the carriage would go and then, you know, all the prints and layers and everything else got screwed up. So after that experience, I always play with the stepper motors a bit before I assemble them. My motor holder, M3x10s times 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 2 nuts. Or need 2. Okay, put the nuts in, screw the motor to the thingy with the cable in the right direction. Okay. Nut it. I have given myself a serious case of bad stomach problems on many occasions when I've been someplace where they've had pineapple juice. I'll just drink that stuff until I'm sick, literally. Okay, so it shows a picture of the motor. Cable out the side like that. This needs to go on like so. Right? Yep, that matches. Oh, I need to get my hands on, I wonder if I could do that. What is it? Well, I guess I don't need an emic. I just need some sort of text-to-speech plugin so that the comments just get read off to me. Based on some other YouTube channels I've watched, I know enough not to pump that back through the video stream. Who was it? Someone set up, I think it was like a toy monkey or a Furby or something, but they had text-to-speech running on it, and they just sort of left it running in the background on a live stream. And they kept getting strikes because people would get it saying, you know, all the naughty words that you're not allowed to say on the streaming services. And, you know, at first he just put filters in for dictionary words, and then people figured out, okay, phonetically we can still say the naughty words. So he had to build up a filter that phonetically looked at the comments and then filtered out the ones that, you know, got him in trouble. And then finally, I think after I think it was less than a week, he was just like, screw it, the internet ruins everything, and took it down. Okay. Okay, flip this around. And you want it to go this way with the wires out the bottom. Okay. Interesting, the picture for the Y motor mounting bracket shows the slot nuts for this old silver power supplies, where the new black power supplies need them on the side. You know, not a big deal because they explain it in the earlier step when you put it together, but you get to this page and it says make sure that, you know, oh, they do have a comment here. Note that their position differ based on the black or silver PSU. Okay. I'll give them a passing grade. Actually, their instructions are really good. If you can cook based off of a set of instructions, putting one of these together is no problem. Lots of pictures. Oop, I heard a crack. Cool. Okay. Y carriage. Linear bearings, not magnetized. U-bolts. Mini nylocks. You know what? I think I should have a socket that fits these. I got spanners. Which kit? Does this kit go small enough? Or large enough, I should say? This is 5. Nope. It's a 5.5 millimeter socket is what I need. dig into the graveyard of screwdriver bits. Oh, actually, I probably have a... Those are English. All English. Quarter. What? Oh, hey, I found the magnet for my ratchet. Where'd the ratchet go? You know, I probably should put some super glue in there. Let me do that real quick. Probably also could go with some Loctite. Ooh, is the stream bugging out? I wonder if that's the outgoing stream that's bugged out, or if that's just my web browser. Cool, put that in there. I'm gonna go check my other browser real quick and see where the bug out is. Oh. Well, the Pi says it's keeping up, so it must just be this browser that's getting behind. Let me try reloading. Oh yeah. A Pi 3 trying to watch video on YouTube is apparently insufficient. Are those 6mm? 6 looks like it'll work. Nope. 6 is too big. What else do I got? 8's too big. Quarter. I have lots and lots of quarter. Snap-on, where'd that come from? Aha! 5.5. Yep, that's the one I need. It'd be nice to have a handle. And if anyone out there recognizes this set, I'll be impressed. And the hint is, in the handle comes these special little bits. I don't know if you can see in there, but that's the star bits for Nintendo and Game Boy systems. I probably had this set, oh, when did I get this? Is that before or after I moved here? I think it was after. But I bet you still that set is 20-ish years old now. And I got it shortly during the time of the Game Boys. No, I take that back. Nintendo and Game Boy would have been middle school, high school time. So it was post the NES and Game Boy, but it was probably Super either Super Nintendo or Nintendo 64 time frame when I got it. Throw that there. Okay, back to this. The other interesting thing that's changed since the last one I assembled is it now comes with lube, just in case you need it. Oh, hey, my pie finally caught up and is reloading. Nice. Apparently you don't need it for fresh assembly, but it is needed for maintenance. It's kind of nice they include a little tube. Then you make sure you use the right crud. Okay, put the bearing, make sure it's in the little pocket. Okay. It says its side doesn't matter. Leave your bearings in their little baggies until you need them. Keeps the dust and dirt and junk out of them. Speaking of which, I'm going to do that first. My shop is not a clean place, so give it half a chance. Well, if anyone's commenting on the video, I am not responding because, yeah, the comments disappeared. And YouTube is freaking out a bit. Try closing some other windows. So the key is you set them in the little dumbbell shapes and make sure they're sitting flat on the two edges. And that was my dryer stopping, so I will need to go deal with that at some point here. Just like so. Stick a finger on the back side to hold the works in place. And put the nuts on. That's a bummer. And my socket is not deep enough. But the good news is I can't over tighten them because the socket doesn't fit. Okay. You definitely do not want to over tighten these U-bolts. It will actually crush the body of these bearings, and then life will suck. Nice and greasy. is a bit greasy, and then there's these guys. They are well lubricated. Okay, I'm going to go deal with my laundry real quick and wash all this oil off and probably reboot this Pi. Thankfully it's not the running screen. But yeah, it has some major issues right now. Come on, mouse, you can get up to the X. You can do it! Or maybe not. Right back. Okay, I've completed adulting for today. And this is still hosed. I checked the other machine and it looks like things over there are working. I wish Control C worked on Chrome. I want to reboot. But that may be the fastest option in this case. Okay, Pi is rebooting. Yes, I do have a printer. This will be the fourth or fifth printer I've assembled. This one's actually for my place of business. Due to COVID, we're all working from home, and this order finally came in. I wouldn't say I have better, well, some cases I have better tools at home, but I know where all my tools are at home versus sometimes in the lab it's like, okay, where did all the needle nose pliers go? So, just grabbed it all, took it home, gonna assemble it and take it back. Oh, I got the instructions greasy. Oh no. Okay, so I've done everything on page 26. Page 27. Centered in both directions, yep. But only 90 degrees. Okay, so take it to the surface, go 90. Now, one of the things I read in the forums that if you look down inside the bearings, you can see the little lines of ball bearings, which everything actually rides on. And someone recommended that you line up a row of ball bearings so it's, you know, right along the top edge. Don't know if that actually matters any, but hey, it's an easy thing to do. So I said, make sure it's in the channel, make sure it's centered front to back, the row of balls is straight up, snug these till they touch, and then 90 degrees. That's in there good. Next one. Roll of balls is straight down. It's in the center of the it's in the center of the groove. Balls are down. Tighten until it touches. Plus 90. Plus 90. Balls are down. Balls are down. Snug until it touches. Plus 90. Okay. Now it's time to grab the medium rods. Where are my rods? Pies back up. We can get comments going again. Another thing, you don't want to get covered in schmoo. So I'm just going to take out the two I need. Set them there because that's way cleaner than my workbench. Put the rest back in the container. Do not restore.
Apparently someone saw that I'm assembling the printer tonight and asked no Diablo. Maybe later. Depends how long this takes me and how much I want to hose over tomorrow. Okay. Hey, I got video. And do I get chat? Hey, it looks like chat's loading. Sweet.
Okay, so when putting the rods in, you got to be careful. If you get the rod cockeyed as you slide it in, you can actually pop the ball bearings out of the races. And there is no way I know of to get them back in. So I sort of just get them nice and square and sort of a gentle twisting motion. Then they'll slide out on you. That one's a little tight, but okay. Take the Y carriage. Okay, flip this around. 2 bearings are on the left side, so we'll just flip this in. Zip ties. What do I do with the zip ties? Hurrah! I have Chad again. We'll see how long the pie keeps up with it this time. I wonder if can I turn the video down? Quality 140. And it is muted. Okay, cool. So hopefully that will keep a little Pi 3, which is the only thing with a monitor on it right now, going for chat. If I was a smart man, I'd go and grab my laptop, but yeah. Okay, so let's do one at a time. There we go. Where are my clippers? Dikes. Got the dikes. Preat on all 4 corners. So when I put the first one of these together, I was skeptical of the zip tie retaining method, but I've never heard of a problem with it, and the ones on my printer are just as good as the day I zipped them down. Granted, I don't move my printer around very much, but no complaints at this point. So okay, we are start on the front. Make sure all the screws are loose. Okay. good. Move it to the front. Okay. Back. Oh, I heard that crack. I needed to get the 3D printed part tightening torque can back in order. That looks good. Okay. Next is the pre. Oh, I had it wrong. So there should be a flat on the shaft. There it is. I'm going to put that up. And I need a wrench to fit these. The only thing I'm doing here is tweaking that one so it's right on the flat. And just snugging that one up. I need to align that in a future step. That is done. Belt tensioners. Ah, the great tensioning fiascos. Okay. 2 of those. The belt. Hey, Corey. Two of those, belt. 3x30. Must be this guy. Yeah, 30. I'm guessing it's all the hardware that's left, but 3x30, 4 3x10s. Hey, look at that. There's 4 3x10s. Nylock and 2 nuts. 2 nuts, a nylock, and we have a bonus nut. I don't think I missed anything, so, but keep going. Okay. Senior nylock goes in that pocket. That goes in that way. And then same thing for the other part. That's all done. Okay, wrap it around. Doesn't say which part. Does it not matter? Based on the picture, it's this one. Okay. The teeth go in. Teeth on the belt must be facing up. So like that. screws. Okay, got that started. That's a pretty cool trick. So the teeth interlock with each other, so the belt can't slip this way, and then if you shove it down in that crack, it compresses it this way. And all the bolt here does is keep it from backing out. Or popping out of the slot. Yep, I think I got that. Another thing I like to over tighten. Okay, now I gotta flip it over. So the belt, okay. Points towards the motor. Ow. So this should go this way. Put that into there. Gray one. Is this a tighten it now or tighten it later thing? Tighten, make sure it's parallel. Go till you hear the crack. Little gun shy to tighten that more than that. This goes under that, around that. Back through there. Around this pulley. And then back. This is basically a repeat. But the question is, how much belt overlap can I get by with? Man, that's awfully close to the... I think I can get one tooth out of it. Okay. First one was much easier to put together. You can actually get it out of the printer to slightly compressed. Okay. How do we do this magic? Hole in the right, don't tighten completely. Okay. Oh, this is going to be much fun. Try not to cross thread anything. Oh, hey, that's way easier. I swear that's the right one. 0.5 millimeter. Loosen that off a tad. And this guy. Yeah, that sucks. But I had ball end ones, which are made for this exact reason. Don't tighten. I need to. I have an alignment issue. Let's adjust that first. In. So what I'm looking at is where this belt rides in this pulley. I want it to sort of ride right in the middle. Too far. The method for checking the belt is hold this shaft. Yeah. That guy's not going anywhere. I almost want to take it apart and take one what would be the right term? one tooth alignment out of the belt to give me one more tooth on this, but one tooth looser, maybe? But I'm just gonna go with it. I don't think it's excessively tight, but it'd be tight. Okay, that's tight. Those are good. That is good. Okay. That's done. Oh, time to eat gummy bears. I'm gonna hold off on that and enjoy the whole bag at once, because why not? Page 42 complete. I swore there was a step to align the pulley on the oh, there it is. Just the belt. Yeah, basically says do what I did. X-axis. And throwing things on the floor for 200. Okay. X-axis. Ease slowly. I don't think I need this anymore. I think those were the only free nylocks in the setup. That kid away. More greasy bearings. Four, just two more. Why do I have two extra ones? Those must be 2, 4. Yep. Yep. I don't think they gave me bonus ones, so I'll figure that out later. Okay. Idler nut. Okay, insert the linear bearings into the 2 end bits. Oh, so these are the uppy downy bits. Okay, got it. And there is a right side and a wrong side to put them in, apparently. So put them in from the side with this little, that way. Greasy. Okay. And for these, it does specify that you want to put the bearings such that the row in this bearing is 45 degrees to one of the rows in this bearing, which can be interesting. I think I got it. And I hosed up. Can I recover? So this bearing here I was supposed to push all the way down before I shoved in the next bearing. But I have a tool for this. Well, maybe I have a tool for this. There it goes. Okay, I got that one all the way down. And this one they say push until it's flush. Second bearing should be seated on the rim, closest to the lower surface, got that. Top surface, on both X ends. And my bearings are rotated correctly. That is done. Push it in from this end. All the way down. And it's flush with that surface. That is done. And I am greasy. Okay, the one with the funky arm gets a square nut right there, and a 3x18. Excuse me. Okay, that is complete. Okay, this guy gets a knife. Ooh, almost lost that. Nylock on this side. I'm not able to get that nylock seated correctly, so I'm going to... Oh, it's deformed a little bit. Interesting. I just throw things around. That's in. I'm just using the bolt to pull the nylock into the socket, but I made sure the pulley's in there so that I don't smash the part. Okay, I think I got it as far down as it's going to go. Now I'm checking that the pulley's free to rotate and tightening right there. Note how far this nut or tip of the bolt sticks out. I seem to remember from the first one I put together with, it might be too long and it'll rub up against this surface, so I might have to swap that. I mean, it's the correct 18mm bolt. Alright, yep, 18mm bolt. That should be in here, but that was something we ran into before, so I'll have to check that. Oh, next step is the long rods. Hey, pie number 3, or my B3 pie is keeping up with the lower resolution. Okay, so I got my tube of bits, and I need these two. I have to ding them up. And I'll put the last two back in the tube, like so. Step 1, get the last of the greasy bearings out. So one rod gets one rod gets 2, and unfortunately no bonus bearings in this kit. Okay, there's one. Number 2. And number 3. And hurrah, I think that's the end of the linear bearings. Oh no, I gotta put the rods in these two. I was gonna say, I think I got all the bearings, linear bearings, on the rods without popping any bearings out. Bearing balls out. Let me go dump this in the trash and wash my hands quick. I could go for some chips and salsa right now, but that's not recommended. Okay, next step, get these oriented right. So they go on like that. And the 2 rod goes towards the little eyelets for that side. The 1 rod goes on that side. And these two match. Oh, that'd be bad. I don't think you could even assemble it if you got those twisted. Or if you did. Very, very weird. Oh, not there yet. So there's these little windows, and when the rod is all the way through the windows, you know you've done it right. Or it's all the way where it should be. So cool. And that looks like the picture. So set that aside and proceed to the next page. X-axis motor. I think I got one of those still. Again, play with your steppers. Feel for roughness. Yep, that one's good. Okay. Put it on picture. Rotate freely. Not a whole lot of guidance otherwise. So again, I'm lining up the first screw with the flat and just giving it a wiggle back and forth as I gently tighten it. And that one I'm just snugging down. Next page. 3/18s. So the wires go towards me. And this goes on top. Okay, that one started. And that looks like the picture. And it's gummy pear time. So, picking up the pace. Z-axis assembly. Z-axis. Z-axis. They do a really nice job of bagging all the like parts together. You know, personally, since they bag the plastic parts together and go in one box, and they bag the nuts and bolts for that step together in another box, it'd almost be better to, well, in my mind, if they put the little baggie of the nuts and bolts in with the baggie with the plastic bits. But I'm guessing in their manufacturing floor, these come off their print farm and probably get bagged, where all the nuts and bolts, either they bag in another area or might come in pre-bagged from their supplier. So I can see why they're in two different sets. But it'd be nice just to open up a big bag, dump it out, and there's all your parts. But this system works perfectly fine. Okay, put on the bottom brackets. Which side? They go on... I need to find a place to put this that's safer. That's dusty. That's safe-ish. Yeah, that's safe. Not baby safe, but safe enough. Okay. So it's time to put these guys on. Now they're lefties and righties. Left goes on the left. Okay, that makes sense. Right goes on the right. And it uses 10mm screws. 3 balls. 2 and 3 per. Make sure I grab 10s. Yep, 10s. And if I'm not a knob, this should not be a difficult task. Times like these, one of those little electronic screwdrivers. I've seen them in a couple videos. I've never seen one in person, but apparently they have a automatic torque clutch in them, or an electronic torque clutch in them. So you can sort of set your max force and then just, go to town. And then when you move to a new size or a different size or torque setting fastener, you just pop it up on the screen, reset it, and go. Someday I may break down and order one, but that day is not today. I did order a new hot air rework gun. The pace snapback is still working fine, but the problem I have with it is it's really good for small components, low heat. So if you're like reworking, SMT, SOT, any T-SOP or SOT or resistors, capacitors, that sort of stuff with low thermal mass works awesome, and it doesn't disturb the parts around it because it's a really small jet. But you get into like a regulator where they have a thermal pad underneath them, and I can get it to work, but man, you really got to cook things, and usually it runs out of steam towards the end, and you sort of have a half melted joint you're pulling apart. So I bought, what is it? It's like a 550 or a 525 or 852. It's the common one that there's like 10 billion clones of. Read a few of the reviews, and they said, usually after about a year they self-destruct. But for $45, if it blows up, I probably can fix it. I did order an extra heating element because that seems to be the one unique part in there. And if not, I'm out $40, and I'll go buy another one. Okay, so those are in. Next up is stepper motors, or the So Kevin, why are you asking if my phone is muted? Are you going to do bad things to my phone? So this is one of the Z-axis motors, and these were the ones I had a problem with, or one of these I had a problem with. So I just want to make sure they are in good shape before I assemble them. And it looks like I got a bonus nut. It was just sort of shoved down in the gaps of the box, so I'm guessing whoever packed this must have knocked an extra one in there and it just fell in. Add it to the collection. Yep, those look to be in good shape. I don't have any. Nope, no messages on my phone, so if someone's trying to get a hold of me, nope. Yes, if you keep messaging me, it will keep beeping on the live stream. But other than being annoying to me, I'm guessing no one really cares. Okay. So I got these. I got the nuts. Trapezoidal nuts. That's the names for these. Is this a multi-start? Yeah, this is a multi-start lead screw. So there's, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's actually 4 individual threads wrapped around here. the reason you would want to do that is you can get, oh, how does that work? You get a finer pitch or a coarser pitch. With the same size tooth, you either get a finer or coarser pitch, which changes the rate that this guy moves at for one revolution around, or for one turn of the screw. This will either move farther or shorter depending on how many starts or how many individual threads are on the lead screw. And it's too late for my brain to compute which way it goes. I think it becomes coarser for the same size thread, because if you only had one thread going around here, it'd be squashed. So yes, more starts means more movement for a given size profile thread tooth. Or I could be full of shit, but I think it's coarser. So more movement. Okay. Labeled left. Left goes to the left. Okay. And it has a shorter cable. So here we have a shorter cable. It says left. And which way do the wires go? They don't have a good picture. Flip forward and see if they got a picture of the bottom. Oriented towards the frame. Okay. Towards the frame. Just like that. And then 10s again. Those. It's probably not great to bounce the driver off the precision ground and threaded rod. So I'm just going to slightly snug that up. On this side. Yeah, that looks good. Not exactly the most ergonomic screw to put in ever. Tighten until it squeaks. And if you tighten until it squeaks, and if it cracks, you went too far. It's interesting, the picture, oh, I missed a step. I should do that now. So these little dust caps were supposed to be put on first. And they just keep the large chunks of crud out of the motor bearings. And the reason they go on first is when you get down here, you can't get your fingers in anymore. So that one's good. Actually, I'm going to put the screws into this motor first. Just sort of weeble wobbling around. Nice and tight. Nice and tight. Too tight. Just right. Okay. Corrected that mistake. Okay. Trapezoidal nuts. 3x18s. There's only 4 of these left, so I'll go with that. 4 nuts. 2 trapezoidal nuts. And our nice little vertical assembly. So, where? It says 4 nuts. Oh, 2 of the nuts go in pockets on the inside. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of a pain. Oh, that one's in. Then the nut goes on this surface and holds the bearings in. Goes like that. And this goes through. I'm just starting this one so that nut that's in the little pocket on the inside doesn't fall out on me, because it was quite loose. That nut is quite tight. Okay, that one's done. That's in. One's in. Okay. Now I need to vertically align. So this goes this way. So what I'm doing right now is getting this rod level with the top of the opening. Or at least fairly close. That's got it. Smooth rod time. Okay, so now the goal is not to pop out any bearings. Hurrah! Last one. I did not pop out any balls. I did pop out some oil. So, win. Okay. Now to put the tops on. Are these lefty righties as well? They must be. Huh. They are not marked. Typically most of the printed parts have a part number on them. These do not, but they're kind of obvious, so I think I'll be okay. I mean, I've thought that before and totally been hosed, but I think I can do it. I know I can do it. Oh, what was the Saturday Night Live line? Nope, gone. Jack Handy, I think was the character's name. Okay, that goes like that. Start that one. I'm just getting the rods seated in the pocket here and here completely. And then give those the final tighten. This is the one where that nut, yeah, so this one I think will be fine. I'm wondering if that first kit I did, if the, just had the wrong nut packaged in it, or wrong bolt. Nut's fine, because it was just way too long. It actually scraped a groove in the sticker long, and we couldn't get it calibrated until we just loosened it out enough to not do that anymore. But it's right behind this trapezoidal nut, or a trapezoidal nut and helical rod. Oh god, what's the? It's a lead screw, but there's a name for that type of lead screw. Whatever. It's like right there, so we had to take this apart, pull the motor out, loosen the bolt, and then put it back together. I think in the end, he finally took it apart and replaced it with a shorter version. Yeah, I got plenty of clearance. Clearance, and that is level. Cool. And that's the end of the chapter. So in theory, I would get another 10% of my gummy bears. Saving that for later. Most important, hardest chapter. Hot end. Keep the magnets apart. 20s and 18s, don't mix them. Yay. Orange dot on the heater block. Cable management fasteners. Okay, extruder parts. I'm guessing that is the... Well, that says extruder parts. That's definitely not. It says E-axis. A bunch of plastic bits. Oh, I knocked over more plastic bits. Adaptive printer. FS lever. Okay, that's this bag. Many nuts. Oh, some more belt. Pile of hardware. Ooh, there is a teeny tiny set screw in there. That's for the feeder. And some magnets. I am not going to put the magnets in there. Not strong enough for that. That works. Okay, I need a steel ball. I know what's in here. One steel ball. A 3x18 and a 3x10. 10s are easy. So 18s versus 20s. That's a 20. That's a 10. That is 14. That is an 18 right there. 118, 110. Two square nuts, two regular nuts. Squares, regular, squares, regular. Magnet, magnet. That should be everything. Extruder body. That looks to be this piece. Okay. The flat nut goes into that pocket. Okay. Another flat nut goes into this pocket. two nuts into the back. And I'm going to use the nice tight fit. Did that part. M3x10 screw goes right here. It says to just snug it up. Okay. Take the small magnet and FS lever. That's the FS lever. Aha. Yep. That's all the way down. That's done. So that goes in that pocket. 18mm screw goes down the center. Gets screwed in there. Needed that one in a while. This has to freely move. So there, I'm too tight. That looks good. And we want magnet number 2. Don't really need it. So basically they're just using the magnets as springs. So this magnet pushes this latch in that direction. So I got that right. Next I need this little assembly and my ball. Make sure it rolls smoothly. Yep. And this goes in just like that. So this is actually the filament sensor. So the filament pushes the steel ball out of the way, which rolls nicely against the filament so it won't snag, which then causes that to move back and forth. And then this little knob right there, which you probably can't see, breaks a sensor, or breaks a beam in a sensor that goes right there. And that's how it tells when it's out of filament. Okay, Okay, I need to set this aside. I need a motor, this guy, and I need the extruder motor. And with that, first box is in, or actually second box is empty. First box was this little box. They will go into the recycling bin. Check my motor. Motor feels good. Okay. 2 M3x10s. So cable goes towards me. Mount for the hot end goes towards me. I need 2x10s. And just the holes next to the cable. Flat part of the shaft needs to point that way. Doesn't say not to tighten these, so tighten them so they squeak a little bit. And now I need the parts in this little bag. So this is the drive. It is a drive gear, but the main purpose is this knurled section right here, which the filament goes against. It pinches on the filament, and that's what forces it into the print head. Okay. And that is a teeny weeny, itsy bitsy teeny weeny thought I had a set screw, and I thought I had a set of small Allen wrenches in one of my bins here. I guess I don't. Time to break out the toolkit. They do include all the tools you need to assemble. Okay, I'm putting this on right, gear up, and they say to align, so this little divot here and here is where the filament goes. So they want the center of this divot to line up with the center of that knurling. And, oh, I'm pretty close. I'm going to go with that for right now. Don't tighten the screw yet. We'll align it properly first. See you next step. Okay. I did not tighten it. I just snugged it. That is a teeny weeny little wrench. Set those aside. Page 10. Okay, it says use a chunk of filament to align the next part. hard to align things when your filament isn't straight. But I'd have to say that looks pretty good. Okay, and it says use the Allen key. Yeah, I mean that looks good. Must resist the urge to just crank that down. It's a hard urge to resist. And I'm going to put this Allen wrench back in the bag of tools. Which goes back in the bag of tools. So here's their included tools: screwdriver, Allen wrenches, and pliers. They're not half bad pliers. Okay, that's done. Okay, now I need this part, and I need a nut. The nut goes into bench top, into that little slot. Get it started, and then push it all the way down and make sure it lines up. That was easy. Ooh, hot end time. Where is my hot end? Oh, that's power supply. Oh no! It's like, where's my hot end? Oh, it's in a box. This is the hot end. It is where all the magic happens. Now, is there an orange dot? There is an orange dot. Everything is fairly nice and tight. Okay, we need 3 40 millimeters. I'm guessing that's these. Yep, those are 40s. 3 40s, 3 10, or 2 10s. 1, 2. Okay, so one thing I know about these is occasionally this little black retaining clip likes to pop out. So make sure that's all the way down. Make sure the tube is down and the clip's pulled out. And I think I have... Yes, I do have. So when I replaced my hot end once, I noticed that little tube kept popping out. So I got a new retaining clip because one of the 4 little legs on the bottom was broken off or cracked. And they also come with these retaining clips, so I'm going to throw one of those on to make sure that doesn't pop out ever. And it basically just sort of slides on just like that. And all that does is keep that clip from popping out. there should be enough space in here to fit it, which I am checking presently. At least I thought there was enough space. Ooh, I could be wrong. There is not enough space. I must have modified mine. Now there's enough space. Yep, that fits perfectly. Okay, that's done. Two 3x10s. Put them in these holes. I do remember that these were kind of a real pain in the butt if you don't do that now. Yep. By the direction behind the hand. So this goes just like that. Before I do that, I'm going to clean up some of the hairs. Okay. This goes just like that. Some cables are pointing down that way. Next page. Hang it off the edge of the box and put the top assembly on. Nothing's binding up. This is fully, not collapsed, but two. Wait a minute. These the right screws? Must be, but insert two 3x40mm screws. Yeah, those are definitely 40s. That seems way more than 2 to 3 millimeters, but maybe these instructions are out of date. Because this assembly was redesigned in the Mark IIIS versus the original Mark III. So, okay. So where does the third screw go? So they had us pull out 3. Oh, keep it around for later. Okay. Yeah. Supposedly that's done. Give these a slight tighten. Yeah, that locked down the head nicely. So I'm just gonna attempt to straighten. Getting that as straight up and down as I can eyeball at this time of night. Yeah. Call that good. Tighten these till they squeak a little. Okay, that looks pretty decent. Okay. The X carriage, which is this piece. Some nuts. 2 regular nuts. 1, 2. How many square nuts? 4 square nuts. And the IR sensor cable. Which is this guy. Doesn't tell you to do this, but you get some of the twist out of it, which is near impossible. It'll make life a little bit easier later. Okay, first 2 nuts go down in that gap. Those are the normal nuts. That's 1. And that is 2. Okay. Oh, these are all the sneaky pockets. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Yep, got those. Keep this sort of uprightish so the nuts don't fall out. $15mm from this end. Okay. Right there. So I need that much sticking out. That goes 15mm from there. It goes just like that. Remember I said don't tip it upside down? Yeah. I don't listen to my own advice. So this, leave a little bit of slack. Well, that's it. Just sits in that channel. Okay. I got that in the right channel. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Just leave a little bit of a loop up there. Okay, these two. Boy, it's hard to. Yeah, like that. Okay. this goes in there. These cables need to stay in this little groove, and they totally don't want to stay in that little groove. Let's see what's going on. Ball end, yes. What is this? I thought those screws were really long. Is there a piece missing? Oh, totally forgot a piece. So remember how I said these seemed like they stuck out a really long ways? Because they did. This assembly goes on like so. These go on like so. Like so. Looks good. Tighten until it squeaks or creaks. Sounds like creak is the winner today. Okay. Now maybe this wiring will want to stay put a little better than it was. Okay. This wiring is right in the way, as it normally is. This goes into that groove. There's two. Yeah, I got that right. Looks much better. Looks better, feels better. On the whole is better. It is better on the whole. Man, I just got Austin Power on the brain tonight. Don't know why. It happens. Okay. Now it's time to tighten up these screws. There we got a creak. Ball end Allen wrenches are really super useful here. There we got a creak. That looks nice-ish. So that is the thermocouple. That is the heater, and that's where all the magic plastic hot glue comes out. So I got all that together. Put that in. Ooh, grab a gummy bear. I will pass. Black or red? Mine is red, which is apparently the new version. So that's the filament sensor. Hey, that little sensor looks like the one I used in the pick and place machine. And I need this and an 8mm screw. Or M2 by 8. Okay. I'm guessing I only have one M2, which is this guy. And it gets dropped on the floor. It plops in right like that. Now, can I get this red? Goes towards the center. Looks like I can indeed plug that once this is assembled, but might as well just plug it in now. Oh, again, I need that teeny weeny Allen wrench, which I put back. Don't super crank it. And then they said plug this. Oh, they say leave some slack behind it. Oh, that was too much. Yeah, that's good. Both N3 by 10. M30 by 40. So this is the screw we took out way back when. Back when we were doing this assembly. Why they don't have you just leave it in the part of kits until you get to this step? Who knows? Okay, and they say to pay attention to this gap line and make sure everything is closing up, which it is. And I'm getting creaks, so I'm going to call that good. Okay, M3 by 14s. Ooh. I'm guessing that's these. How many of these do I need? 3. Okay, got 3. And I need the fan. The fan. loop out of the fan. Got that. At least one loop. Yep. Cables into the channel. Yep. It says to do that. And it needs to go in that way. And while you're doing all that, you got to make sure these cables stay back in that groove, which they never ever do. This goes in there like that, and then this goes like that. Put that screw in real quick. And crud goes everywhere. Okay, I don't want to tighten that yet. Okay, make sure cables are not pinched, which they look to be good. So for the fan, I'm not even going to squeaking. I'm just going gently tight. If you tighten these down a whole bunch, the fan housing will warp and then it won't spin, which is bad for a fan. Okay, leave the last hole empty. Okay. Next I need this assembly. Shaft and nut, an idler spring, 3x40. That goes together. Idler goes in there. They do send you a spare set screw for the drive gear, which it's teeny. If it falls out, you'll be happy they sent you a spare. Okay, put the bearings in the gear like that. This is the idler gear. And carefully pull the shaft out. Got that done. One nut. Okay. Prep the nut first. Send your nut. Send your shaft. Done. Okay, hold the part this way. The gear goes towards me. And the shaft. Doesn't matter which direction. Oh, nope. says to insert the shaft on this side. Yep, spins nice. That step is done. Okay, check the filament again. So they say insert the filament in the top. And somehow get it to go down into the tube like so. And make sure the filament's right in the center, which it is. So that part is goodness. This is to tighten the screw. If I can find the screw. There's the screw. A little teeny weeny Allen wrench. And it is tight. Next goes on the door with a 4x40. Okay, so we want to tighten this until it just binds the door. And back off just a little bit. So the goal here is this door is still free flapping in the breeze, which it is. And then the screw with the spring goes in the back. Aligned or slightly below the surface. There, I'm slightly below the surface. Next, the fan support. Nut goes in the back. This is similar to every other one I've done. The spot where the nut goes is actually kind of loose. So I may put a drop of... Oh no, this one tightened up. I was going to say I might put a drop of super glue in there just to hold the nut, but not needed in this case. 3x10. 3x10. And it goes just like that. Grand shroud and nut. 3x20. See info. So there should be 3x20s. There's 2. That is an 18 and 3. Okay. And also a square nut. Square nut goes in this square nut spot. Hey, I didn't lose the nut. Win. Yep, that's in. Nut. Don't over tighten the screw. Okay. Correct alignment. And this goes like so. So the whole point of this is just a shroud to direct the air around the print nozzle, and that keeps things nice and cool. Now, before I get too far, I want to put on the sock. I am a firm believer in these little socks from E3D. Oh, they changed the design slightly. So, so the older design, this was all cut out, so you could replace the nozzle without removing the sock. I guess this is a little better because then any goop that would have gotten on the nozzle now gets on the sock and comes off. When you make a spaghetti monster, because it will happen, this makes cleaning up the nozzle way easier. And getting them on is a bit fiddly because you got to get it around all the wires. It's way easier when it's not in the machine like this. So it just goes on like so. And the little side bits have little lips on them that just clip around the block, and that's it. So, got that done. Okay, fan. 220s and a nut. I got a nut, 220s, and I got a fan. Fan goes. I seem to remember this was a bit fiddly. Definitely don't over tighten these screws. They'll just crack the housing like a tomato. Okay, one is definitely not a press fit. It is a hold it with your finger until you get everything screwed together fit. Okay, that spins still. This. Towards the extruder. Goes just like that. German colors. I think that's German flag color. I could be wrong. Pinda probe. Pinda. Adjust it later. And we have another empty box. And oh, and a sticker. Don't lose your sticker. So this goes like that. This also goes into that channel. And then this guy goes in that screw. And how much does he stick out? Just a little bit. So I think we want it. It'll get adjusted later, but I think you want it at least to the surface of the heat block. You definitely don't want it lower because then it'll hit your print while it's printing. But get it close. Yeah. And then a little more. So they, in the picture, they have this loop just so it gets up to that ridge. So I'm going to call that good. Oh, top lid. Top lid and a 3x10. This is pretty easy and straightforward. Put your lid on the top. Put your screw in the hole. And if all is well, it should line up and just tighten it. So they said make sure these align, which they do. And the filament holes align, which they do. Yep. And that all aligns, that's all good. Shoot, I lost one of my nuts. It's that one right there. I totally forgot about all those nuts in the back. Oh, only lost the one, and I found it, so win. Zip ties. Tool zip ties. Ah ha ha. Okay. And they go in the back. They head down. Voila. Head down. Voila. Okay. Shoulders extruding facing forward. So flip this around to the back. About a third from the top. much for parallel. So right there is the bearing setup, and this needs to go on that. Okay, push the two top bearings together, middle one sort of in the middle, and the cabling goes under the bottom bar. All of it, all of it. Okay, so this stuff goes down. Really? No, negatory. Cabling goes in between, just on a future step. Instead of trying to fight this in a future step around those rods, I'm just going to pull it through now. Okay. An extra set of hands would be useful right about now. I'm guessing once I get one of these zip ties. Oh, nope. Don't let go until both zip ties are started. Okay, make sure that's centered in the grooves. Zip them. So you need to zip them and push them so the heads of the zip ties are all the way up. And then the bottom one just pops into its groove. Those are in. And then snip the tails. Time for the belting. Okay, the belts just fit in the grooves. And that goes down into that groove. So I'm just stuffing the belt into this groove like so. And then just poke it down with the teeny weeny Allen wrench. Seems to work pretty good for this. Okay. Next the belt goes around the pulley on this side. There's a little groove on the bottom, and then around the motor pulley. Oh, I got a twist in it. Okay, got the twist out. Back through. Something that looks like that. Definitely got a lot of slack in the system. Now, this is the tension adjust, so make sure you detension it as far as possible. sure that screw is out. And how to feed it through, how to feed it around. Don't trim it yet, okay? So I just stuff that in, and you can see it go all the way around. Okay. I skipped a few steps ahead just to make this next part easier. So the next part, check the belt tension. We'll check alignment first. Oh, ooh, jeez. So what I'm doing here is watching where the belt rides on the pulley, and it is too far that direction. So pull it out a little bit. Basically, I want the belt to run right in the center of the pulley if I can. Okay, now I'm too far that way. That looks good. So I'm going to tighten the one on the flat. And it moved. Oop. That looks good. It slid in a bit when I tightened it. Ooh. So now the belt stays right in the center of the pulley on both ends. Check the Yep, I can do that. So this is the tightening or tensioning mechanism. This screw pushes on that screw, which just cocks the motor over and stretches the belt. So there, I've bottomed them out there. Yeah, that feels good. And tightening these locks the motor. So it's sort of a belts and braces. Situation. And now when I pull on it, so you pull on this, which pushes this belt that way, and if it holding this, if it was too loose, it would skip over like it did earlier on me. But I think that's good. Looks and sounds good to me. Okay, now it's time for the huge wiring mess. That's not a huge mess, but it's not a huge mess, but it's kind of fiddly. So they say take this and make a tip on it. Where are my other wire cutters? There they are. Okay. And this is going to wire to the control box, which is on that side, so I'm going to try and get it so this flips that way. And this goes right in there. Ooh. I think I got it. Cool. Back cover, 3x40. So which way? Goes that way. There's a pocket for the head of the screw. Poof. Done. And a nut. Where does the nut go? The nut goes into the back of this part. I don't have any long. Light taps. Tap, tap, tap. Okay. So this goes together that way. So the rounded part of this lines up with that hole, and these little ribs on the bottom line up with the bottom, I guess. That looks good. Ooh. Yep, that looks good. Okay. Route all the cables. So all the cables, these 5 cables on that layer, need to get untangled, wish you luck, and shoved through that hole. Oh, that's over half of them. I should have shoved this one through first, because now... Oh, there it went. I was going to say, now the hole is full. I hate it when my hole is full. Okay, that's all done. That's all done. And the nylon... I think it's nylon? Nylon, ABS, whatever, the stick goes through as well. Okay. Now the goal is to take all these cables, lay them in this little channel here, and then have them come out here and then screw this whole assembly together. And past experience has been easier said than done. So I should have 4 10 millimeters left. I have 4. I have more than 4, but 4 is what I need right now. And I need to sort of massage those deep muscle massages, maybe. Problem is everything wants to pop apart as soon as you let go. So I may just go for the shove and pray method. Okay. Top of this is all put together and closes up nicely. There's no wires there to get in the way. So I'm going to put those screws in quick. Sort of hold that in place. And then one screw in the middle, which I'm not going to tighten yet until I know all the cables are in their proper holes and not being pinched. And then there's one way in the bottom corner right here. Okay. To pick it up. So what I'm trying to do is get all these cables. I think I might have gotten it on the first try. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. So this cable is in the slot over here. It's not poking out. There's a little bit of slack over there. This cable has a bit of slack in it so it doesn't rip out of the fan. The Pinda cable, which is over on this side, is also in its groove and has a bit of a loop. And everything's coming out the back. Is there anything? Oh, I wonder. Oh, bottom bearing. which way do I need to go? I think I need to go. So the lower bearing on this fits in a pocket, and if it's off to one side or the other, it doesn't fit in the pocket, which is bad. There, now it's in the pocket. Let's see if I can close this thing up without pinching any wires. Which is easier said than done. I don't see any wires pinched on this side or that side. Double check all my wiring. Things look good. Cool. I think that's the easiest that I've ever gotten that part together. And yep, everything slides nice. 5 zip ties. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Chuck that on the floor. Largest one. So here's the largest one. Lower rolls of holes. 3 zip ties. 1 zip tie. 2 zip ties. 3 zip ties. Okay. So all of this mess goes into the sleeving, like so. That gets wrapped like so. Tighten it up a little bit. And it goes all the way up there. Now it says twist the sleeving, make it smaller and tighter around the cables. Orient the sleeves seam downwards. Okay. So which way makes it? Oh, that way makes it small. So that's dope. Make sure you put all the wires in the sleeving. That said, I still need to put the hot end wires in here, which is a later step. Okay. Get that all the way into the inner sleeve, the inner core. Grab the sleeve like that. Get that. They're very picky about which way these zip ties are zipped. So they want the head sort of pointing straight up. Slightly off center and to the left. That sounds familiar. Okay. Put these nice and close. Now it's time for the ones on the bottom. 2 zip ties. Got them. The upper slots. 1 2 Okay. So the reason they have you put them this way is so that when you have the spool holder on here, it doesn't collide. Which I think they'd want them... Well, that's where they want them. Okay. You'd think they'd want them more on the side, but maybe then it runs into these sides. Don't know. Okay. Now some more fiddly bit. The hot end power cables and thermal sensor. Get those started. Yep, I got those right. So I'm just making sure this cabling, trying to get thermistor cables such that they loop up above the heater cables, because they're way more fragile. And this way the heater cables will protect them a little bit. Probably not required, but that's the way I'm doing it. So just like that. And then don't twist these around because you'll short the works out. But then they go sort of like that. And all this cable, yeah, all these cables go into a little groove on the bottom, somewhat. I don't go super crazy cranking down. These ones I crank down pretty hard because they hold everything in place, but these I keep, they're tight, but they're not super tight. Okay. Now I gotta open this braid back up and like so, and try and bring the heater cables into it. Bring them into the Ford. And not under the printer. Okay, try and bend these nice and tight. Right up into there. Give the tubing a spin. And go the other direction. trying to get everything down into the sleeve. Yep, like so. And then there's the end of that ABS, PVC. What is it? It is nylon. Nylon filament that's used. The whole point of it is just to keep this from kinking. But you want it just to poke out a little bit, and then you know everything's there. And if you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cable assemblies, you did it right. Or hopefully right. Does everything look like the picture? Looks like the picture. And now it's time for LCD assembly. Yay! So, in theory, all the really hard parts are done. And now, before I go any farther, let me re-level this. Actually, this should self-level. But give myself half a chance. I need LCD. I don't think I need this mini wrench anymore, so I'm going to put it away just so I can get it out again later. Oh! It's nice. Some extra set of magnets. Here. There is those parts. Interesting bubble ESD maybe bag. Maybe not. Desiccant. Ooh, SD card. Screws. Throw this pile over here. Expansion 1, Expansion 2. Expansion 1 has a single stripe. Expansion 2 has 2 stripes. That's good. Yeah, that just goes over that. Okay. So, hold it like so. So. The bracket without the lip on it, which is this guy. Wheel goes on like so. Ooh, these are quite a bit looser than the last one I put together. And then the bracket with the lip goes on like so. Take the protective plastic off the screen and save it. Screen cover goes on like so. These little brackets line up in little slotty things like so. And this is supposed to clip in. Really don't want to break my LCD. There it goes. And then two of the screws go in the outside corner. One and two just sort of went off into a low Earth orbit. So the top of the screen is held in with a clip that's printed in, and the bottom of the screen is held in with screws. I have some extra ones. I really want to put that one on the top corner. Not because it's needed, but because I want to. Why do I want to? I can't tell you. Oh, there's not screw holes up there, so I can't even if I wanted to. Good, they saved me from myself. Thank you, Prusa. My OCD need to put screws in screw holes. So that's that. Those work. Put that back on for right now. Okay. We have square nuts. We have slots. These square nuts go into these slots as expected. And the slots all face the same direction, so they won't fall out as we're trying to wrestle this into place. And this goes on just like that. So. And hopefully like so. Ball end Allen wrench. That'll be useful. And final test, does the SD card fit? Hey, it fits. And while I'm thinking about it, okay, put it right side up. Not required, but I got it. It's shiny. I'm gonna put it on. Okay, let's see. I haven't needed that in a while. And we're done with another section. Heat bed and PSU. Okay, so I need heat bed and PSU boxes. But first, I'm going to chuck some of this. Chucking is complete. Okay, time for my first major deviation. So the printer comes with these straight parts, and I printed a set of 45s. So instead of this set, which the cables come straight out the back, I'm coming with this set where they come out to the side, so it does not interfere with the enclosure I'm going to be putting it in. And also I have some more lock nuts, and we'll get to that later. Okay, step one, I need the hot bed. The bed. I think that and the build plates are all that's left in here. That box can get chucked. Chucked the chuckable information. Okay. Trash. So this is another thermistor. Do not rip it off. It's covered in magnets, so do your best to keep it clean. My work surface is covered in iron dust, so I'm going to put it up there. Okay, very important. Okay, power and ground, yep. Power cable. Are these all the same? They are not. Okay, so I need this one. Oh, that's the emergency power off cable. That can go up there. Yep. Power ground, blah, blah, blah. M3 by 10 screws. I'm guessing these are M3s by 10s. M3s by 10s, yep. Wow, that's an interesting M3/3.2/9/0.8 washer by 2. I'm guessing those are just washers. Seeing how I only have one set of washers and 2 nylocks. Come on. Yep. Yes, that looks like it. Okay, now this is the part that varies slightly. So this piece has pockets in the top. This piece does not. This goes on like so. I'm trying to remember. I think I have to put the bolts on backwards in order to clear the part. Let me go check my printer. I had that backwards. It points the other way and nuts go on the bottom, so follow the instructions. I think I can do that some days. Not every day, but some days. Okay, ground is black. You get a washer, bolt head washer, electrical connection, printed circuit board, and then a nylock. Repeat for number 2. You got a bolt, a washer, electrical connection. If you look at the connection, there's one surface that's more or less flat and one with a step and a bump. The step and the bump go down. So this top is as flat as you can get it. And then a nylock on the bottom. Now it's time to tighten. So right now I'm just getting it snug, not tight, because I gotta adjust the cables to make them fit. Oops, fit through the plastic bits. Again, the more hands, the better. So if I flip this over, you sort of see this one is towards the center and this one isn't. So I'm just going to bend them both towards the center, but not such that they have to bend up to get to the center. Then I'm just going to double check. So see, this black one is not fitting because of that. So is there anything I can do? Sort of. There it goes. So just massage gently, very gently, until you get the cables out over there. Man. I think they moved to a longer, what would you call that? Jacketed plastic bit on these. So I'm just gonna peel back, attempt to peel back. plastic on this terminal. So I'm still leaving it on there so the metal's fully exposed, or fully covered, not exposed. But this way I can get a much closer bend, hopefully. And then this new angled cover, oh, I gotta do the other one too, will fit. That piece of plastic went to low Earth orbit. Yep, the tires are starting to set in. Oh, didn't do a super great job of a crimp on there. Good to know. And now, if all is well, yep, now they fit. It's not a great fit, but they fit. Okay, I need this, I need this. Make sure these connections are good and tight. Otherwise, you're going to have high resistance and it's going to burn out right there, which is not ideal. Okay, those are done. Now it's time for the covers. So, I need circular. By tens, one lock nut, two regular nuts, one nylock, and okay, the nylock goes on the back. Okay. First things first, push nuts into these holes. And this one's set up for the nut to go on the back. One, two. Shoot, where'd that go? Three bolts. And one nylock. And this nylock is going to be a bit painful to get in. So, the proper way they want you to do this is put the nut on that side, put the bolt on this side, and tighten it to suck it in, which works pretty good, except for nylocks, because once you suck it in, you have to un-nylock it the whole way out. So instead I just tapped it in, because I'm bad that way. Okay, so this goes on the top like so. You put the bolt in the center. And hopefully you just tighten it up a bit. Make sure you feed the cables. You can feed your cables. Come on. Yep, there. Got the cables in their little pockets. So why, oh why? It's a little cockeyed. I don't remember it doing that before. Well. Back cover on. So you put the screw on, wrap this guy, around that screw head, leaving a little slack here, because if you rip this out, it's game over. And then this little cover should, in theory, just go on like so. So here's that cable. Leave slack in that direction. This yanks out, it's all over. And yes, I said that twice because I couldn't remember if I was in frame or not. Hey, it's not the Tuma this time. Okay, so I got those started, and now I need the braid. Textile sleeve. Which one? 5 by 300 millimeters. Oh, there's 2 pieces of braid left, and they're the same length, so this container's done. Actually, that's a nice mailing tube. I'll keep that one around. Okay, throw that piece of tube down there. So where they use a hot knife to cut this stuff, which tends to fuse the end shut. So first thing you do is you fight with it for a bit until you get the ends opened up. Like that. Okay, now I need to get these inside of this, which is always a trip. Come on, guys. Hey, I think I'm almost there. Okay. Next, I need to shrink the sleeve down. Or, shrink's the wrong word. Twist it down? I don't know what the correct terminology was, but I want to get it under the clamp. And just go to town on these. So, double check, that's still loose. Tighten these up. Version 0.5 C-2 Jeans Edition. So I don't know if that's like blue jeans or someone named Gene. Probably someone named Gene. But I like how it's 0.5 C-2. It's like, we didn't change it that much. Yeah, I over-tightened that nut. So I got this nut a bit too tight. Am I using the right screws? Yeah, I'm using the right screws. Yep. Yeah, it's on there. That's all that matters. Okay. That's the next step. Well, make sure, yep, evenly thing. Yep, new design versus old design. Yep. Okay. Here's one of the spots I'm deviating more. So normally you put the heat bed onto the carriage using spacers everywhere. There is a new method for fine leveling where instead of putting spacers everywhere, you put nylox behind 8 of the screws. Hence why I have a whole bag of nylox. And then just the center one gets the threaded insert. So I got small spanners. So one of these guys should fit. Ooh, that one's pretty good. I'm gonna go with that guy. So the theory here is you tighten the nut down to the PCB to where it's tight, but you can still spin the screw without causing damage. So it's sort of kissing the surface. So that's actually a little too tight. Well, maybe not. So right about like that. And then you can use these to adjust the various points of the bed up and down to match the one you put in the center. In theory. Actually, it works pretty good. I did this upgrade after the fact on my printer, which is a whole heck of a lot more difficult when everything's wired up and inside of an enclosure. And the plug-in for Octopi to do this just makes it super easy. You basically run the script, I guess they call them, plug-in script, whatever, and it pops up a little screen that shows your bed and says, okay, turn this screw half a turn, turn this screw a full turn, a full turn counterclockwise. This one, 3/4 of a turn clockwise. And then you rescan it again, and it tells you what tweaks you need to make. I think it only took me like 3 or 4 cycles to get everything tuned in, and I was quite, one diagonal everything was pretty solid, but the other diagonal was way off. It was like a millimeter, I want to say, from one end of the bed to the other. Note to self: don't start assembling printers so late in the evening. I might actually call it and kick this off again tomorrow, because I think it's really late. What time is it? Corey lag test. Okay, it's... how much more do I have to go? I gotta do the electronics assembly. Yeah, that's a bad idea. How much more is left? Yeah, there's quite a bit left in this chapter. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. I'll pick this back up tomorrow's. I just started too late tonight. So yeah, I just gotta... yeah, I'll finish this. I'm close enough. I think I can do it. And if all of a sudden you hear a big thud and I stop talking for a while, it means I fell asleep on my feet. That one. And screws on the ground. Screw down. I think the rain finally stopped. Okay, so I got all of them on but the center one. The center one gets a spacer, just like it normally would. And then this goes towards the back. This goes in the center. Oh, deep knee bends. Oh. And there. Everything is lined up. Three turns. 2, 3, 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns. 2, 3, 4 turns. 2, 3, 4 turns. 2, 3, 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 turns. Okay, so now I'm going to use a spacer underneath each corner, or in each location, to set the height the same as if we're just using spacers. Not yet, because it still has a long way to go. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ish. Very ish. Okay, that one's done. 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 Yeah. Ooh. That one's done. Way off there. Okay, that's good. Okay. Oh. this down to the tip touches the heat bed. Okay, got that. Bring this all the way forward. Make sure the cables don't foul, which they totally foul. So this nut here, oh, there'd be the plate on here. Let me get the build plate. Okay, so this is the plain steel sheet, which is in theory the thinner of the two. Okay, let's try it again. Barely touching. Go all the way over here. And watch. Yeah, they totally. Okay. So the problem is these red cables from the heater right there snag the top of that nut. So I think if I just flip that over maybe. So I either need to flip it over or replace the nylock with a non-nylock. That makes no sense at this point, but I'm going to go with it. And I think that will actually, I'm going to keep the nylock and just reverse screw assembly. So the screw comes out, screw goes in that side, which fits. Hurrah! Small miracles. Put that on there. Okay, that's all together right. Let's try this calibration or check again. There, the nozzle is just about touching. There, the nozzle is touching, and the cables don't come near this guy anymore, but the sock rubs on this. Nothing I'm going to worry about at this point. I'm not going to rip the cables off the bottom, the heat end. If I print way out here and knock the sock off a little bit, that's not the end of the world. Oh, I got my sheet greasy. I hate it when I get my sheets greasy. I will have to clean this in soap and water before I use it. Due to that contamination. Next, modification from the prescribed plan in the manual. So in the manual, at this point, the power supply would bolt on. But since I'm putting it in the enclosure, I have this piece instead to replace the power supply, so the power supply can go on the outside of the printer, so it stays cooler than the rest of the electronics, which are inside the printer doing their thing. Keeping warm with the printer so it doesn't warp the prints. M4s, M3s, okay. Ooh, my print's a little... I just noticed the holes in my print aren't quite round, so let me adjust that. Too big. So I'm just running a drill bit through the holes to clean them out and open them up a little bit. Yeah, they're still tight. Problem solved. Do I have... Oh, I got extra lock nuts. I had 2 extra 10s, so I'm going to use a pair of lock nuts and the 2 10s you're supposed to use down here, and then I thought I had 2. Yes, I do. And then I have 2 extra 10s from earlier steps, question mark. I'm not exactly sure why I have extra 10s, but I'll take it. Oh, and of course these slots are tight too. That's through. It's not super free floating, but it's enough that I can adjust it. Tighten it up, back it off. slides up against there like so. And these go on the back. These are supposed to be 10s. Ooh. This will be really tight. I doubt the nylon in these nylocks is going to engage. Was not a win. I'm gonna go find some longer fasteners. Let's see. 14 should be more than long enough. Too long? 14s. Or the 12s. 12s might be a good length. Nope. I needs the 14s. There. good. Good enough. That's good. Okay, now it would hook up the power cords to the power supply, but I'm going to leave those off for now. Why do we have so many? No, that's why. The reason I'm leaving them off is I'm leaving the power supply detached so I can run the cables through the table and hook them up later. So I will skip the power supply connections for now. And that's the end of the chapter, and we have electronics, which isn't super bad. And yeah, it's basically electronics, spool holder, and then checkout. But I'm a bit burnt, so I'm going to stop it for here for tonight. I can't even talk anymore. And pick it up tomorrow. Laters. I think. Maybe. Yes. No. Oh. I can't turn it.